Well, it's a nice night to bring the family out to the ballpark and enjoy the Phils and the Oakland Athletics in Game 2 of this 3-game series. Lots of kids getting a chance to embrace some of the Phillies' brightest stars like Rhys Hoskins. It's Weekends with Schmidt, presented by Acme Markets. Hi, everybody. I'm Tom McCarthy, along with Mike Schmidt and John Kruk. Well, we're in the yellow caps tonight because we're raising awareness. It's Pediatric Cancer Awareness Month in the month of September. We'll have more on that as we go forward in tonight's ballgame. All right, Johnny, so we are seeing two very important young sluggers in baseball in this series.
Yeah, and it's fun to watch. Well, it wasn't so much fun yesterday if you're Mark Leiter Jr., because Olson hit one about 9,000 miles. But our guy, Rhys Hoskins, has just been phenomenal since the day he got called up. The power numbers, that first home run he hit the other way. There's going to be many more to come in his young career, and he's going to set some records here that we may never see again. But this guy last night, when he hit that one,
Ooh.
It was one of the loudest sounds we have heard all year. Way up in that second deck, over 460 feet. The power numbers that these young kids are displaying are unbelievable. There's no fear with these guys up at the plate.
Yeah, you could add in Aaron Judge and Cody Bellinger and Nicky Delmonico, who we haven't heard much about as well, who's doing similar things with the Chicago White Sox. All right, so Rhys Hoskins is doing things that we have never seen in Major League Baseball to start the career. Not even from you, Michael Jack Schmidt.
That's right, Tommy. I've never seen him. I'm just like everybody in Philadelphia. No one's seen him, but so many people look to me for an answer. I don't necessarily have an answer. I had a couple of smidge of experiences like that. The game in Chicago back in '76 was pretty good, but it's funny. I bumped into Rhys down by the batting cages. I think it was last night. I was walking around down there, and I looked at, I go, oh, geez, there's Rhys Hoskins. Almost like I didn't know what to say. Tom, none of us want to be the guy that says a crazy thing to him and a weird thing. And I'm sure from his mind, everybody that approaches him, he's going, yeah, I feel sorry for this person because they don't know what to say to me. and I was just like that. Welcoming to Philadelphia, but it always ends up with that, hey, just ride the wave.
Yep.
You know, everybody's saying that ride the wave thing. But it's karma. It's like a perfect storm, Tom. You got a young kid that loves hitting. He's in a groove right now like no one has ever been. On and on and on. We're going to break his swing down a little bit during the broadcast tonight. But it sure is fun to watch, and it's really brought a shot in the arm to baseball here in Philadelphia.
Well, I'll tell you, you felt with him like we always felt talking to you when we were younger, and you were playing the game as well. All right, so tonight the Phils and the A's will get together for game number 2 of this 3-game series. Kendall Graveman on the mound for the A's, Ben Lively for the Phils. We'll get to lineups at first pitch when we return. Pediatric Cancer Awareness Night here at Citizens Bank Park. The Phillies have taken the field. Ben Lively is out of the mound warming up, getting set for today's ball game against the Oakland A's. The A's won last night's ball game and did so with a convincing pitching performance. So the Phillies are trying to rebound here tonight, not only on the mound, but also from an offensive standpoint. Let's take a look at the A's lineup, brought to you by Xfinity. Xfinity X1 will change the way you experience TV. Well, leading it off for the A's is Matt Joyce. He had a 2-run home run in last night's ball game. Marcus Semien bats second. Then Jed Lowry. Jed Lowry with 45 doubles so far this year. Matt Olson is the cleanup batter. He was one of the keys to last night's ball game. We'll get a chance to see Matt Chapman, one of the top prospects for the A's as well, play third base. They will face Ben Lively, who is 3-6 with an ERA of 3.86. Lively has pitched better recently and seems to be getting more and more comfortable up here in the big leagues, which, John, obviously it takes time to get comfortable up here in the big leagues.
Yeah, not many people go through this, what Rhys Hoskins is doing and making it look like it's simple. This is a very difficult game to play. And Ben Lively has found that out so far early in his career. But, like you said, I think that the big thing with Ben is he has to keep the ball down. And if he keeps the ball down, he's going to have success. When he starts elevating his fastball, that's when things start going a little out of the ballpark.
For Oakland, number 23, left fielder, Matt Joyce.
Well, that is Kira Oliver, an 8-year-old who is representing a lot of the kids that are here at this ballpark on Pediatric Cancer Awareness Night at Citizens Bank Park, brought to you by Nemours. Kira did a very nice job with that introduction. Matt Joyce takes the first pitch for a strike, and we're underway. And the count is no balls and 1 strike. Joyce was 1 for 5 in last night's ball game with a 2-run home run. And it's 1-1. Not your prototypical leadoff hitter. 24 home runs, 65 runs batted in. That's what he did last night a couple of times. 1 away.
That's the beauty of interleague play, I guess, here, Tommy.
Yeah.
I mean, for me, I had a tough time finding a player on the Oakland team I have actually heard of or know anything about. I guess maybe Joyce and Lowry. Lowry from his days with the Red Sox.
Yep.
But the fans of Philadelphia get to see the men in green and yellow here. Yeah, they wouldn't have happened in the old days.
No, and they have a couple of guys that are pretty bright prospects. Here's Semien. Semien last night was 0 for 4 with a couple of strikeouts. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Imagine if they had interleague play back in the 70s when Oakland Fingers and Jackson.
That would have been pretty cool to watch Reggie Jackson. 1-2.
Catfish. Catfish last night. Was that Catfish's son last night?
Waves. Certainly looked like him.
No, it was.
I think there's a confusion with the balls and strikes. It should be 1-2. Where Semien's thinking maybe he's out on strikes.
Alfaro's raising his hand like 2 outs.
He is down on strike. I thought it was 1-2. Now Jerry Lane can go to review or replay to try to find out if he's right or not, if they choose to.
Well, you love an umpire that admits it was his mistake.
Yeah, he did say that.
And that's why it's hard to go out and argue with Jerry Lane, because I came up through the minor leagues with Jerry, and he's always been that way. If he made a mistake, he would tell you. Like a lot of guys would never admit to a mistake, but he does.
I thought they never made a mistake.
Jed Lowry is the batter. He was 1 for 3 last night. His 1 was a single. He was thrown out trying to stretch it into a double.
Yeah, that's something that the Phillies outfielders have to be aware of. He's trying to set a record for doubles by an Oakland A. And last night he tried to take one on Odubel, stretch one into a double, and he got thrown out. And I'm pretty sure that they're probably telling him, hey, if you think you can go, give it a shot.
Well, the record for doubles for the A's organization is actually Al Simmons of the Philadelphia A's in 1926. Well, that's not going to get him to second base. It will get the Phillies back into the dugout, though. 1, 2, 3 go the A's. We'll head to the bottom of the first. It's the A's nothing. The Phillies coming up. Strikeout. We do have the numbers down now. There is strike one. Jerry Lane subtly pointing. And here's strike two. It's a swing and a miss. At that point, it's 0-2. And there's the little paint on the outside part of the plate. Look at Lively's reaction. Pitchers know, don't they?
That's three, isn't it? He tried to steal one there, the batter. You can't fault him for that, right?
Take a look at the Phillies lineup, brought to you by Xfinity. Xfinity X1 will change the way you experience TV. Well, a couple of changes from last night. It includes Tommy Joseph back in the starting lineup. His numbers over his last 21 home games have been very good. 4 homers and 17 runs batted in. They will face Kendall Graveman, who's 5-4, an ERA of 4.48. .62 strikeouts and 90 to 30. He's not necessarily a strikeout pitcher. Got to look out for that cutter as Cesar skies one down the left field line. Out of play.
I would mention how difficult this game is to play. It would get more difficult if you had to get 4 strikes on a guy.
There's the scatter report on Graveman. Inside, 1 ball and 1 strike. See Cesar's numbers in the month of September. They've been good. His average is up to 291. And an off-speed pitch, and it's 1-2. The A's are counting on Graveman not only this year but also moving forward, because they acquired him in the Josh Donaldson trade with the Toronto Blue Jays. A liner out to left field, and it's caught by Matt Joyce. 1 away.
Cesar continues to hit the ball well. They never even out, though, do they, John?
Nope. Whoever said they do lied.
Freddie Galvis coming up. In the background, you might hear Brett Staino, a 10-year-old who is representing the kids that are at tonight's ball game. Part of Nemours Pediatric Cancer Awareness Night. Dan Baker getting a little bit of a reprieve here in the first inning, and Dan doesn't mind. 1 ball and no strikes to Galvis. 1-1.
Jerry Lane got the little delay going today.
Really a subtle call.
I think he's on time with the game verbally.
Yeah, he might be. You're right.
You know.
Does he know we can't hear him?
You know, they say he used to be that way. What, Paul Runge was
Paul
that way?
Runge. He's do the whole slow arm thing, but he hit you verbally right when it happened.
Tim McClellan, they say, was like that. He would verbally let you know, and then he would stand up with his big old 6'6" frame and signal for the crowd.
You got to admit, he's pretty cool back there.
1-2 to Galvis. Galvis 0 for 1 as a pinch hitter last night. 6 for 18 on this homestand. Bouncer up the first base line, flagged down comfortably by Olson. Kind of made that look easy.
Good play, no panic. Good sense for the speed of the game.
Well, before the ball game tonight, there's Crucky and Michael getting a chance to meet some of the youngsters who are here as part of the Pediatric Cancer Awareness Night. It's a nice photo there.
That tall young man standing to the right of Michael Jack there was Murph's nephew.
Yeah, Murph, you're right. He is tall. You said he was tall.
Yeah, he's taller than me. That's
yeah,
for sure.
He is.
Yeah, it was an awesome ceremony they had down on the field today, and I know they were all thrilled to meet you guys, John and Mike. Got a chance to talk to them, and just an absolute thrill for them. So thank you for doing that.
Yeah, before the ball game, there were kids who were down as part of it, down on the field in front of the Phillies dugout, getting a chance to meet some of the Phillies players, and then they went back into the media room, and that's where they met Michael and John. As Williams rolls one to the right side. And it's a 1-2-3 inning for Graveman, who's allowed 15 runs in the first inning of games this year, but looked quite comfortable with an 11-pitch bottom of the first inning. the protection they deserve. The State Farm agent is here to help with the right home and auto coverage and discounts too. Talk to a Philadelphia area State Farm agent or call 800 State Farm. Here's Matt Olson, who takes a fastball outside.
A little bit different stance here, John. What do you make of this?
Yeah, I always thought that you could probably get underneath his hands with something hard, and you know they had 2 strikes on him yesterday, and Knapp and Leiter Jr. decided to try to throw a fastball away, and it stayed in the center of the plate, and it was.
Was that a fastball he hit up there?
Yeah.
Because was it?
Hit it pretty far.
Yeah, I know. It looked like he's got a little bit more of a off-speed pitch. You know, they call it a slider speed swing. You know, a swing that's. Steve Garvey used to have one of those. You know, his bat seemed to go through the strike zone slow, but it got to the ball. About it.
Well, they said that they broke it down this year, and they changed his stance. They even incorporated a little dip by the top of the bat because he was too long. They felt like he would not hit on the major league level because his swing was too long. So they dropped his hands. They tipped the bat out a little bit just to get him quicker to the ball, and that ball is quickly out of the ballpark. That is the 20th home run for Olson, who now has hit 20 home runs in the minor leagues and 20 home runs in the big leagues this year in less than 100 games on both levels.
That's almost like the kids in Williamsburg in the Little League World Series right there. They're too big. They're too big for the field.
Yeah.
This looks like a double down the line to me, and to him as well. And actually it was a double, but not here. It was a home run, and not with him. It was a home run. Nice play, by the way.
Well, that stance, whatever it is really working for him.
Well, it's like you mentioned, I think you mentioned, just like Charlie Manuel and Jim Thome. Similar thing, you know, once Charlie gave him that point to the pitcher with his bat and swing it back, it just totally changed his career.
I didn't say that, but that's a good analogy.
Yeah.
0-1 pitch to Canna, and that got him. Got the jersey. Let's not get too much farther here. Let's do our Nissan keys to the game. Now, these were provided by Murph's nephew, Danny?
Yes.
All right. Well, here we go. The first one is.
Well, he said
with all due respect.
Yeah, he said with all due respect, we need more than 2 hits unless they're both grand slams.
That's a good piece of advice right there.
And the other one was he also said that Ben Lively needs to pitch a good game. We need 6 strong innings from Ben Lively. That's good keys. You know,
take both of them.
That just shows you that the fans out there are into this whole key thing.
I like the fact that you guys said that when you offered it to him, he was quick with his answer.
He came up with 2 quicker than he and I have ever come up with them, hasn't he?
We struggle with him, actually.
Bruce Maxwell is the batter. Maxwell struggled last night, 0 for 4 with 4 strikeouts. Fouls it away, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike as the rain starts to fall here at Citizens Bank Park. There we go.
I was going to say, you got some great eyes. How'd you know? I can't see them.
I looked up into the lights and saw the little movement because it's very light right now. At least we think so because we're undercover.
No one's moving out of their seat, so it can't be that bad.
Very humid, so it probably is cooling people off a little bit. 2 balls and 1 strike.
Well, I'll tell you, one way to break a 4 strikeout streak is to get a little swing at that pitch.
Jerry Lane just reminded Lively what the count was. 2-2. And a liner to center field. Odubel on the run, and he'll get there.
I don't think Lively's the one that needed reminded.
That's a good point. What a way. Well, tomorrow when the Phillies take out the A's, if you're coming out to the ballpark and you're 14 and under, that's what you're going to get. You're going to get the Hers Winter Aviator hat. Tickets are still available by going to Phillies.com.
Probably not going to wear those.
Not tomorrow.
A little muggy.
Nice play by Odubel, who continues to play a stellar defensive center field.
Yeah, we were talking about this in Washington, how, you know, Alfaro, I think, is a really good center fielder. They are so different in their styles, but they both go and get the ball.
Well, speed, you know, catch up to that ball with speed. Makes up for a bad jump, a loss of losing the ball in the stands, misjudging the swing.
A liner to left field, and that's going to end an 0 for 10 for Chapman off the top of the wall. Canada's going to be held up at third. That is the 19th double of the year for Chapman. And second and third with one man down here in the second inning.
A well hit ball in the gap. Hoskins got on it pretty quick, got it in, threw a strike to Freddie on the relay.
Yeah, Hoskins took a really good angle to that ball. He knew he wasn't going to catch it off the bat. So instead of watch where he set up though, Alfaro, and like we said, Lively has to keep the ball down. He doesn't throw hard enough to keep the ball. But look at that route that Hoskins took. He went straight across to center field because he knows that ball's going to hit the wall and kick towards center field. Perfect position to keep Kana from scoring on that play. And you need a strikeout here. I guess, right?
You got the pitcher on deck who is 0 for 4 in his professional career as a hitter. The batter is Boog Powell. And he takes a strike. It's 0-1. By the way, that light rain has picked up a little bit. No balls and one strike. Fly ball left field.
Uh-oh, now we're going to see Reese throw a ball to home here.
Yeah, he got behind it. Here comes Canna. The throw to the plate will be cut off by J.P. Crawford. It's a sac fly, and it's 2-0 Oakland.
Well, the fly ball does the job. Reese not used to making a throw that far. But I don't think anybody's going to throw that runner out on that deep fly ball.
No, that was a little deeper, I think, than it seemed off the bat. All right, so 2 outs, runner at second.
Watch this grip right here by Powell. Look at that, Schmitty. It's an overlapping grip.
Like Bobby Abreu.
Interlocking grip. No, he had it interlocked.
Yeah, he did.
Like a golfer.
Maybe he is.
Well, what? Look at that. I mean, you see that right there? How that's.
Yeah, that's a little unusual. I've never tried that.
Well,
I'm surprised nobody's ever changed him of that. Maybe they tried to.
Yeah, I don't. What do you think that would do? I mean, check it out right here. Look at that. Look at that. Like, what is that?
He's got his reasons.
I don't know. He's hitting eighth.
Can't imagine anybody would teach that.
Unless he was taught by a golf pro who also doubled as a hitting coach.
I'm sure there's those around.
Like your brother Joe?
No, he never worked with my swing. Baseball swing.
What about your free throw shooting?
He did work with that.
Yeah. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Graveman. And that's a ball.
Oh, boy.
Alfaro and Lively are both walking off the field. They thought it was strike 3.
I'll tell you what, we need a mulligan. Alfaro and Lively and Jerry Davis need a mulligan.
Pitcher had enough too. There we go.
Final out is recorded. Jerry taking a little bit of a stroll. Second strikeout for Lively, but the A's have scored twice. We'll go to the bottom of the second. It's 2-0. Oakland's on top. Student steal tickets plus 2 Fanatic Dangle hats for $45. That's right. You also get a $12 food voucher for one of the stands out in Ashburn Alley, like Chickies and Pete's, Crab Fries, Tony Luke's, and much more. The deal is good for the rest of September up here in Philadelphia. Don't go to Atlanta for that 3-game series. Phillies.com/care package for more information. We'll go to the bottom of the second. Phillies trail at 2-0. And Rhys Hoskins will lead it off. Hoskins is 5 for 13 with 4 home runs on this homestand. One to Hoskins. Last night Rhys was 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts. It's really one of the first nights that we saw him struggle throughout the night offensively.
Since the first 12 at bats.
That's right.
Yeah.
Against the Mets.
A little caught in between. You know, it's one of those nights where you almost decide that you're going to swing at a pitch before he lets it go. You know, he gets ahead of you with a slider or a fastball, and then next pitch is a slider in the dirt, and you try to check your swing.
It was a funky delivery.
Yeah. Been there, done that.
How about last night? That complete game snapped a 186 game streak without a complete game for the A's.
And almost didn't have one. I mean, he sat in the dugout, and what do you have? Hit 105, I
103.
think. 103. And there was a question whether or not he would go back out.
He's trying to shake some of the moisture from his helmet. 3 balls and 1 strike. Well, fewest at bats to 18 career home runs. Michael, what the heck? It took you 361 at bats to get 18.
It took me a while to figure it out.
Less time than Bonds and Babe Ruth, though, and Henry. 3-2.
I'm starting to get more confused with this strike call, strike zone.
Sharply to short. Semien has it. Dug out at first, 1 away. I don't think Jerry's had a very good start to the night.
Well, I mean, he forgot the count.
Well, that pitch he called the 3-1 pitch was the same pitch he started him off with.
That's right. Might be a little farther off, just a little bit.
He argued about that call strike 3 right out there last night. You know, in last night's game, he had called out on that pitch.
Odubel shows bunt, takes strike one. It's 0-1. Odubel 6 for 21 in this homestand, but he's hitless in his last 6 at bats. Popped him up. Chapman will come running over toward the dugout. Oh, he ran right into the railing. He did not have court awareness.
It's padded.
He got a bad read.
The luck of McDonald's Phillies home run jackpot contestant is Dan Kiss of Warrington, PA. Phillies hit a home run in tonight's ball game. Dan will win $200. McDonald's enjoy a cold soft drink or freshly brewed hot coffee for only $1. Ah, love it.
Hey, I saw on radar a big line of rain, and then it went away.
Well,
You have it?
Here it is. It's right here.
Must be above us.
Way above us.
It's out there somewhere, isn't it?
It's up in that high sky.
It is out there somewhere. In fact, it's here. 1-2 pitch to Odubel. And it's 2-2.
Odubel was another one of the hitters that was confused last night.
Yeah, it seems to me like it was the guys that have a leg kick, because he was double pumping and swaying back, and you know you don't know when to start, you don't know when to lift your legs. You go quicker, do you go slower, do you hang longer?
Why wouldn't more pitchers do that? We have a couple of hitters with leg kicks.
I was thinking that on the way here.
Yeah.
Like if you're Graveman, wouldn't you think, you know, why wouldn't you try that against guys with leg kicks?
The guy the Phillies have going tomorrow will probably do it. Henderson Alvarez. He kind of screws around with hitters a little bit with his motion. To the right side, a base hit for Odubel Herrera. First hit of the night for the Phils. And that'll bring Tommy Joseph to the plate. Don't miss, Rhys Hoskins hit another home run. Take the Phils with you no matter what you have to do this weekend. Just download the NBC Sports app for your all-access pass to the teams you love. All right, so Tommy, who hasn't played the last several days.
I wonder how Pete is going to handle somebody like Tommy if he's had a meeting with him. And
he has had a meeting with him.
Yeah, said, you know, there's going to be no pattern to our lineups. We just want to give everybody a chance to play.
I think what he's told some of the players that have been here before with the young guys coming up is that we want to get a look at them for the month of September. We've gotten a look at you, but he is also, the way he's talked, very sensitive to the numbers that Tommy has put up, that he wants him to see if he can keep putting numbers up power wise. A line drive caught by Graveman. Well, maybe it caught him. Either way, it's a double play. Ball was hit right on the nose by Tommy Joseph. No runs, 1 hit, and nobody left. We'll move to the third. It's 2-0 Athletics. Log on to Phillies.com. Go to the fans section for all the information. And please submit your answer on the subject line. All right, guys, the question is this. Who holds the Oakland Athletics single season record for most home runs hit by a left-handed batter? Most home runs hit by a left-handed batter. The answer will be revealed a little later on.
Now, does this include the A's when they were Philadelphia A's?
No, Oakland A's, just Oakland. That's a good question, though, Mike, just to get verification.
Thank you.
Because we can go a different route if it was the entire franchise.
You're going right for it, right? The obvious.
That can't be right, though. That's too obvious.
Yes, it is. It's definitely too obvious.
I mean, there are a couple others you could throw in there, but I would think that the guy with the candy bar is the most obvious one. Yeah.
But is it right?
You are correct.
Call the boys in the truck. Say, let's do another one.
Well, we haven't given it yet. The fans now will have to figure out whether they.
Every fan out there knows the answer to that. It's the first name that came to mind.
Really?
Well, who else would it be?
I can't even think of another left-handed hitter.
Really? I mean, Joe Rudy's not left-handed.
No, he's right-handed.
Gene Tennis.
Right.
Pitch is fouled away.
Matt Joyce.
Matt Joyce may have come in mind.
Tell you what, if Olson plays us some more, he might win it.
Line drive out toward right center field. Odubel comes leaping in.
That was nice.
I just wanted to put a little flair to it. One out. And Simeon's coming up.
There you see Odubel. We got him on Fanavision here with a little jumping about a foot and a half and catching it at his waist.
We said there's a little difference between he and Altair. One is a little more graceful than the other, but they both get the job done.
How'd you like hitting in rain like this, John?
I didn't.
It was not fun.
No.
I said wipe the end of my bat off because I always thought that the ball was going to slip off my bat. It's going to skid off my bat.
Why did we do that? You got to keep the barrel dry.
Right. You need windshield wipers on your helmet because
the ball been a hydroplane or something?
Oh, that's so great.
Water's dripping off your helmet.
Ball's popped up toward left center field.
So Odubel needs goggles right now.
It's like a celebration.
Well, I tell you what I didn't like was if you fouled a ball off and you ran, you came back, your bat's soaked, there's mud on it.
No one ran out with a towel, right?
No.
Here's Jed Lowry. Lowry's 45 doubles ties his mark from 2013. It is the 7th most in A's history, and that includes the Philadelphia A's. Got a breaking ball. I tell you, the rain's picked up a little bit more, hasn't it?
It's popping on that microphone.
Yeah. Inside 2-0.
So leading the league in doubles is a nice statistical category.
Yeah, I was talking to Matt about the success.
There's one.
Yeah, that one's going out toward left center. Odubel runs it down.
3 for 3.
Yep. That one was probably the hardest of the 3. It's an 8-pitch inning for Lively. We'll move to the bottom of the 3rd. A's lead it 2-0. as J.P. Crawford is about to lead things off. It'll be Crawford, Alfaro, and Lively. JP digs in. Murph, what do you got as far as the Phil's objective here tonight against the A's?
Well, I had a conversation yesterday with Matt Stairs and talking about just his overall philosophy. And, the reason he brought it up was he said, I spent some time, obviously, in the Oakland A's organization. He said, this is where I kind of learned the philosophy of trying to, get to a pitcher early, see a lot of pitches, try to work the starting pitcher as much as you can, especially early in a series. Get to the bullpen, and then, you know what? You get to the bullpen, and then maybe you have some success later on in the series. He says it's something that he remembers Billy Beane preaching and Sandy Alderson preaching.
Where are you going, Murph?
I'm going to hide because it's boring out here.
Messing up your hair, man.
Yeah. I'm telling you, I need more Aquanet because it's not bouncing off.
Your old hairdo wouldn't have done that. I'm sorry, continue.
Suffice to say that when Matt Stairs was in the A's organization, he learned a philosophy that you got to be a patient hitter, because the more patient you can be, the more success you can have against their starting pitchers, and then later in the series against their bullpen, because they'll start to get tired down. It's something he preaches to the Phillies hitters. It's something that he talked about when he was on the air with us very frequently. So he said this is where he learned it with the A's organization. It was kind of bringing back some good memories for him.
Yeah, it's a pretty good tack to take. Well, as Murph was given his report and getting soaked, by the way, we have to get you an umbrella. The home plate umpire, Jerry Lane, decided the rain was coming down too hard that we had to put the tarp on the field. So the time frame that Murph was talking about with Matt Stairs, 96 to 2000, 122 home runs during that stretch. They're having a celebration of the 50 years in Oakland next year. This is the 50th year, but they're going to have the celebration next year. And Matt is on the ballot for the 50-year team, if you want to vote for it, for the Oakland Athletics. But it's not a bad, objective if you're a hitting coach to follow, because that group that he was with, they hit a lot of home runs.
I was just going to say, how about him as runner-up?
Well,
to Reggie.
You could use him, but there is one other guy that you're missing that I think.
Giambi.
Yeah.
Yeah, Giambi.
All right, so bottom of the third, we're in a rain delay with nobody out. It's 2-0. A's on top. J.P. Crawford is facing a no balls, one strike count. Mengden, well, he's going to soak it in. He figures his mustache can't curl up any more than it already has. So they're going to watch the rain in the rain here at Citizens Bank Park. We'll try to update you as soon as we have some information on when we possibly will be back. I think there's a stare-off going between Nick Pivetta and the rest of the A's. If they're still out here when Phillies clubhouse is over, then we've really got a story. But while we sit here and Nick sits in the rain, Mengden sits in the rain, you can sit and watch Phillies clubhouse. We'll be back. We're just about ready to resume here at Citizens Bank Park. Let's refresh your memory a little bit. We're in the bottom of the third inning. The A's have a 2-0 lead. They scored the first run on a home run by Matt Olson, and then a sacrifice fly by Boog Powell. Our Toyota turning point, though, is that second inning home run.
Boom. Looked like a little slider out over the middle of the plate. Kind of a get me over, and it was get me out of here. Actually, he made this ballpark look real small with a line drive down the line into about the fifth seat. Fifth row.
Second home run in the series so far. So that's it, basically. Both starting pitchers will call it a night. Graveman will call it a night after 2 innings of work, 2+ innings of work. And meanwhile, Ben Lively's done after 3. Yaxel Rios is going to take over. Rios just asking how much more time he has. He pretty much has as much time as he wants because the Phillies are about to hit. So he can hang out there in the bullpen and finish warming up if he chooses to. The umpires are heading back out toward home plate.
We're going to have to go over the ground rules again, do we?
I don't think we have to go over the ground rules again. I don't think anything's really changed.
Never understood that one.
They're pointing out to left field. I'm not really sure why. Everything's cleaned up. The ground crew got everything rolling pretty good. Give you an update on the interleague records while we have a moment. Phillies have 157 wins all time. The A's 204 wins all time. A's for a while had one of the best records in interleague play. The A's lead the Phillies 9-7 in head-to-head matchups. Now the Phillies and the A's wrapping up their interleague schedule. Chris Smith will be the new pitcher for the Athletics as we resume play here in the bottom of the third inning. Those are his numbers. He started and relieved. So I guess that's why they thought it would be appropriate to have him come out. Kind of the same thing with the Yaxel Rios. He has started before in his career, but he's really just a reliever at this point. There's J.P. Crawford. Crawford has the count, no balls and 1 strike to his ledger as he steps up to the plate. This is his first at bat of the night, so he's had a long time to think about it. Although it wasn't really much to think about because it's a totally different pitcher that he's facing.
So has Jerry Lane had a long time to think about it. We got to remind him of the count.
Yeah, Jerry had a rough couple innings before the rains came, so maybe he got himself a cat nap.
I know who else got a cat nap.
How'd it work out there for you, Johnny?
I didn't realize how popular that room was. It seems like every time you start to doze off, someone else is walking in.
Very popular room.
But you ever notice, though, when it's not the weekend, it's not that popular?
Well, I guess there is some truth to that. You think people needed Mike for something?
I guess that's a compliment. Thank you.
It is.
All right, basically, you guys have had an hour to think about this while you've been watching some football. The Jeep Stuff the Fans trivia quiz answer: who holds the Oakland Athletics single season record for most home runs hit by a left-handed batter?
I thought we already finalized that.
Well, you did vaguely, but now you got to give the real boom answer.
Reggie.
Okay. Mr. October.
That's right, Reggie Jackson. 47 in 1969. Log back on to Phillies.com to find out if you're the winner of a Phillies prize pack. Now, the other lefty that I think you could have chosen was Jason Giambi. Now, his high for a season was 43 home runs, right, Carl? Yeah, 43 in 2000. So he was giving Mr. October a little bit of run for his money.
We got to mention Matt
Stairs, of course, where he said his career took off, as he told Murph. Well, it's 1 ball and 1 strike now to J.P. Crawford. Crawford 6 for 16 on this homestand. Pulls it to first base. And 1 away here in the third. Got him a little out front of that one.
So now you got to burn a pinch hitter, right? Because Lively can't come back.
Right. I thought maybe they'd let him hit. Well, he does have 2 home runs.
So we got 8 or 9 of those type players available.
There are some guys available. Right. Yeah.
But I guess this will find out where you stand.
Ty Kelly out in the on-deck circle.
I would spend Ty Kelly anywhere, but until the last inning of the game, as many games as he's won coming off that bench.
Hour and 46-minute rain delay.
Is that all?
I was going to say, did it seem that long?
Huh.
What'd you dream about, John? I mean, man.
Well, you know, the normal.
Cheesesteaks and stuff.
Yeah, we'll go there. Sure.
One ball and no strikes.
I actually had a dream about popcorn.
Is that why you have some?
It was a craving when I woke up.
Oh, is that somebody came in and asked if we wanted popcorn, and we said no, but John probably does.
Very accurately called right there.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think Alfaro has an opportunity to be a great hitting catcher? His size, his style, right? Oh, okay. Now there's I want you to know what you think about this. Is that swing any good? 100% swing, falling off balance, falling off home plate. That's like, I'm going to try to hit it over the Budweiser sign out there in the back wall.
If you hit
above
it
Tony Luke's.
If you hit it 335 feet, you have a home run. You don't have to hit it 555. You don't get any more bonus points.
And that's the kind of thing that, you know, these young hitters have to learn.
Foul tip, and it's 2-2.
Freddie Galvis is just flicking the ball with his wrist, you know, 390 feet. And Jorge wants to swing with that, and he's so big and strong. I mean, all he's got to do is touch the ball.
And we saw that even the other night with his home run to left field. It's the first one we've seen him hit to left field. But he has had a few swings like that where he's off balance.
Looked like he hurt his wrist.
I think it's that thumb that maybe he hurt earlier on the last road trip. Here's Ty Kelly.
Hey, you see the swing, and hey,
it seems like it's on the follow through. Oh yeah, it's on that. I was right here where this.
Well, it is that hand that he got thumbed the other day on the road trip, where the pitch sort of bent that thumb back. Ty Kelly hitting 188 with 2 home runs, 14 runs batted in. 1 ball and no strikes to Kelly. And he lines it to left field, and it's going to bounce
inside the park, home run.
Joyce. It'll roll to the wall. Kelly's to second, and he's going to put the brakes on there. And that'll be a double for Ty Kelly, who has a lot of pinch hit extra base hits to his line this year.
Hey, he's a lot better hitter when he's pinch hit than when he starts. It's uncanny, the average difference. There's one there. I don't know what Matt Joyce was doing with 2 outs. You keep that ball in front of you, make it another extra base hit, score you. Now single scores you.
Going to need to do a uniform too.
A little muddy,
a little soggy. Cesar lined out his first time up. And he pulls that one back toward the middle. A base hit into center field. The Phils are going to get a 2-out run. An RBI single for Hernandez, his 31st of the year. It's a 2-1 ball game.
Nothing like those 2-out base hits with a man in scoring position. The good teams get them.
And I'm sure Matt Joyce is looking back at it and say, man, if I'd have played that on a hop, they have first and second, 2 outs. Now it's runner on first with a guy with speed and a 2-1 game.
Yeah, Cesar doesn't roll over that ball. That was like a kind of a change up running away from him, and he shot it up the middle. You try to pull that ball, and it's a ground ball. Inning over.
Toss over to first. Outside. 1 ball, no strikes. Swing and a miss.
Now, wouldn't this be a good? I don't know if Cesar's healthy, his legs are good, but I mean, in this at bat, wouldn't this be a good time for Cesar to run?
Yes.
If he gets thrown out, Freddie's leading off the next inning.
And he had a good pitch here, change up by Smith.
Bouncer foul. It's 1-2. Talking to Pete the other day, that is going to be a focus going into next year. He wants them to run more.
I just wonder if Cesar, because he's gotten picked off a few times, I wonder if he's gun shy right now. Like, you know, I'd rather not steal and stay at first than try to steal and get picked off. But man, you know, you got that speed, you got to take chances.
Over to shortstop, off the glove of Semien. First and second with 2 men down. The inning is still alive for Nick Williams.
Freddie hit that ball hard.
Yeah, error number 8 for Semien.
Go back to Cesar. We said here's the replay on Freddie's ball. One hop shot hit right on the screws at the shortstop. Well, the infield couldn't be in any better condition than it is right now. Definitely not a bad hop. This ball's hit hard and he misplayed it.
We've seen a lot of that this year, though. Guys trying to slide, go down on their knees to make plays. When he takes one more half step, he catches it
Cleanly.
Well, make him pay, Nick.
Back to Cesar, as I said before, I mean, he steals bases, but he's not a base stealer.
Out to center field, and it's not deep. Playable for Powell, who'll make the catch, and the inning is over. And I think you're right about that, Michael, and we can talk more about that as the night goes on. A run does score, 2-out run. We'll move to the 4th, 2-1 A's. Has you covered. Han Furniture provides beautiful options for every part of your office, and WB Mason provides it all at amazingly low prices. All in service means you don't have to lift a finger. Who but WB Mason? Well, in between innings, that's young Aiden Davis, who is changing third base. Part of the Nemours pediatric cancer night here at Citizens Bank Park. He was very serious. See the yellow caps that we were wearing during the Open. That signifies this being Pediatric Cancer Awareness Month around the country. That's why we were wearing the yellow ribbons. That's why the players are wearing them as well.
Yellow wristbands.
Yep. Here's Matt Olson.
I know Aiden has been dealing with cancer for 3 years.
Incredible the fight for some of these kids that have to go through at such a young age. No balls and 1 strike.
Looks to me like that's the way to pitch him. Wasting up hard stuff.
Olson homered his last time up about 2 hours ago, 2.5 hours ago.
So if he hits a homer here, would this be like some sort of record? The longest time in between home runs and consecutive at-bats in the same game?
We might have to do some research, but it might be.
Get on that, Carl.
Carl's writing it all down. You're going to have to repeat it at some point.
You don't have to worry about it. Rios is going to shut him down right here.
Olson has 16 home runs since the All-Star break, which is the most in the American League, second most since second most behind Rhys Hoskins, who has the 18. It's side 3-1.
Tell you what, he's a big son of a gun, isn't he?
He is. He had 23 home runs in 79 games in AAA. So now has combined 30 home runs. Olson is part of our Geico quote of the day, talking about his success. I came up here in April for a little short stint and went back down. And when I went back down, it was one of those things where I didn't look back. I was struggling in Nashville before that, and I came up here and wasn't playing much. Took a deep breath, got some work in, and went back down, and I felt pretty good since.
I think that's where you got to stay with him. In, hard in. Or like Michael said, elevated.
Out number 1 here in the 4th.
Carl, stand down on the research here.
By the way, we got birthday wishes in order for tonight. Our very own Chris Ware from the Phillies PR department is celebrating his 40th birthday tonight.
He's 40?
No, I made that up, actually.
He looked more like 20 than 40.
Happy birthday, Chris.
What's the real number?
You know what? I don't know how old Chris is. 31, I believe.
Ah, yeah, okay. Good golfer.
Good golfer. Yep.
Talks too much.
Got me for 20 bucks one day.
Does he talk too much?
He talks way too much. I don't know. He doesn't talk at all.
He's concentrating on his game, John.
I guess he is. Do you think he went and told everyone? Guess what I did today? Took 20 bucks.
Well, like you say, he doesn't talk much.
Except when he's bragging.
We have contrasting PR people here, don't we? Chris is quiet and Greg is
Greg Castriotto.
well, not.
That's a very good assessment.
Yeah,
on
I'll
your
be
part.
nice to Greg.
He's not here tonight, so you can.
Because Chris is taking over.
Chris was one of my original. I don't want to call him a chauffeur, but the Phillies.
Did he drive you
person
around?
that drove me around, yeah.
How was his driving?
You'd be well.
I'm a good
compared
driver.
to who? Compared to who?
Yeah. You don't want to call him a chauffeur. He just drove you around.
It's amazing the things that I say when I'm riding around with those kids. I tell them, you can't repeat this. Or you can't. There was always, there you go.
Ground ball to third. J.P. Crawford. Tommy stays on the bag. That's a nice stretch.
Nice arm, J.P. Nice stretch, Tommy.
2 outs.
Boy, I'll tell you, that's where you got to love those nice, soft, perfect infields. And yeah,
I think he got back to it.
I do think he got back to it.
I think he's off right there. And then his foot lands, and it looks like he might get back. Once his left foot lands, it gets back on the base.
Kind of pushes back with his right leg.
Here's Bruce Maxwell, who lined out his last time up.
When you went from shortstop to third, was that one of the hardest balls, a righty that hooked? Because it looked like Crawford wanted to get in front of it, but he didn't think he could get in front, so he, maybe should have backhanded it. But great hands, of course.
Yeah.
But
that play, no, I don't think there's anything hard about moving from short to third. Ball gets on you a little quicker, obviously, and you don't have time for a lot of footwork, whereas at short you have to move your feet. to play the big hop. You got to, you got to go for. Sometimes at third base, you don't have time, so you just backhand or like he did right there. He didn't have time to do anything but really sort of backhand that ball. In the old days, pitchers would really get mad at you if you kind of played one into a double down the line, if you didn't get, cross over and get in front of a ball that had a chance of getting down that line. If you didn't try to get in front of it.
I'm sure Lefty never said anything.
Well, I was playing on the line anyway when he was pitching.
Yeah, really.
Lefty went into a trance when he pitched.
Didn't say much at all.
No.
Remains 1 ball and 2 strikes.
I can remember some quotes from lefties like, "Okay, you right-handers." There'd be a left-hander on the mound.
Yeah.
For the other team. Yeah, that's funny, isn't it? Okay, now's your chance, you right-handers. Or, all right, let's go. Today's win day. When he pitches, today's win day.
Just a bit inside, 2-2. 96 from Rios.
Well, those are the kind of numbers we'd like to see out of our young pitchers right there.
Take a look at PitchCast presented by Mazda.
Jerry got it right.
Alfaro tried to sneak that one in, didn't he?
I wonder what a young catcher like that can learn. I think the jury has been out on Alfaro and his defensive skills. Not that they're bad. It's just that
they're evolving.
At the major league level, he's still a young catcher. But we got some great catching coaches in spring training. So I look forward to see how he develops defensively.
4 strikeouts for Phil's pitching. Second one for Rios, who works a 1-2-3 4th inning. Hoskins will lead it off when we get back in the bottom of the 4th. Toyota. Find your favorite model today. Toyota, let's go places. And by McDonald's. Enjoy a cold soft drink or freshly brewed hot coffee for only $1. I'm loving it. Phillies and the Athletics used to play a season series because the two teams were obviously here in Philadelphia. They shared stadiums. The A's last World Championship was 1930. Their last appearance in the World Series as the Philadelphia A's was 1931. The most wins in franchise history, and this includes the Oakland A's, was 107 for the Philadelphia A's back in 1931. Rhys Hoskins leads it off against Chris Smith, and it's outside 1-0. Hoskins' first time up, grounded out to shortstop. One ball, one strike.
He hasn't hit a home run like what, 6 or 7 at bats?
Yeah, it's been a long time.
Well, he hits one what every 8 or every 6?
Every 6.
So he's
letting us down.
How about this? I mean, he's not a qualified hitter, but among qualified hitters, he's at 6.7 home runs per at bat. JD Martinez, since he went to Arizona, is 7.9 plate appearances per home run. Giancarlo is 10 at bats per home run, or I should say plate appearances. Outside 3-1. The major league record, the all-time record, is Mark McGwire, who averaged a home run every 10.61 plate appearances. Michael, you were at 15.24.
That counts walks, obviously.
Yes. Ball 4. Smith issues his first walk.
It didn't look like he wanted to throw anything over the plate to Hoskins.
It looked like he was a little concerned. Time now for our State Farm combo. State Farm here to help life go right. Lowry with 45 doubles. Odubel with 39 doubles.
Doubles machines, these guys.
Matt said that's what he likes every hitter to think about. It's being a
Drive it in the gap.
Yeah, be a doubles hitter. Odubel shows bunt, takes outside, 1-0.
I think Juan Samuel is tickled with that one.
You mean the bunt?
The runner on first.
Yeah.
Big hole open. He just hit a grounder through there before for a base hit.
Sharply, too. Down the left field line, that'll be out of play. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Let me see if I can make this point as simple as possible. In the opening, we were talking about the young hitters coming up, having all the success that they're having. John commented on that. And it's great to see that. Now they all have another step or two to go through to become great and to become an integral part of a championship team. And that's, learning the nuances of the game and the strategies of the game, what's required in certain at-bats as a hitter to help your team win. In some cases, in most cases, it's not just swinging as hard as you can at everything. You have to have a sense of what I need to do in this at-bat to help my team win. So aside from hitting the normal slumps that they're going to hit as they go, jumping to that next level strategy-wise,
and
the nuance wise, which many years ago you had to know before you got to this level. Now I see in today's game a lack of baseball knowledge in a lot of our young hitters. I think it's more due to them growing up in an era when there was so much attention to hitting mechanics. Travel teams, neighborhood hitting coaches, places where you can go and hit off of a machine with a coach.
Oh man, that's a bullet right back to Smith. And he throws a 1-hop underhand toss to get Hoskins.
Whoa,
that's the second one tonight. Tommy Joseph had one earlier. A's athletic trainer out to check him out. Pitch toward the outer half, right back up the middle, which is normally the case. Oh, man.
Wow, that was a rocket.
I think I hit him on the outside of his right knee.
So when you see this, you go, man, I'm just glad it wasn't head high,
Yeah, because there's no defense.
Yeah, Reese, there's nothing Reese could do. We've already had one double up on that same play.
And you know what? That ball's hit harder than a pitched ball hits a batter. You know, if they're throwing it up there at 93 or 94, what do you think the velocity of a line drive like that is?
I'd say that came off close to 100.
I think a good example, go back to that point I was trying to make, was last night's ball game. I was watching at the hotel, and I believe it was in the 8th or 9th inning. We had a couple of hitters leading off the inning, swinging at first pitches, swinging before they had a strike on them. And I don't know, maybe I'm wrong with that, and I harp on that issue a lot when I'm up here, but making outs on first pitches when you're down 4-0, to me, is a cardinal sin.
Well, and I think because it was probably their second or third or even fourth at bat when they did it.
Yeah.
It didn't work the first couple of times.
It's not so bad with 2 outs. But if you're leading off an inning and your team's down by 4 runs, you have to know. That's where nuances of the game come in. You have to know you have to give that pitcher an opportunity to pitch himself into trouble, so you can get a couple of base runners. You get a base hit, a walk needs to be thrown in there somewhere, a couple of tough at bats, maybe someone pops one for a 3-run home run. Before you know it, you're close to, you got the tying run at home plate.
0-2.
I've talked to so many hitters about that, and they say that's where the game's changed. And managers, a lot of managers now, why should we let him just throw a cookie right down the middle for strike 1? When he can get a good pitch, that might be the best pitch he gets to hit this at bat.
Tommy lines it foul.
There again, maybe the old school attitude. I have an old school attitude, and maybe that's wrong. And by the way, the first pitch batting average is quite high.
Yeah, but I think it's according to pitcher. The guy last night, he didn't walk anyone in 8 innings. Not sure if he would have walked anyone in the 9th if they'd have let him, but if you're facing a guy like Greg Maddux, who has unbelievable command, you let him get strike 1, a free one, you're about done. I mean, that bat is about over.
That one scoots toward the hole. Simeon's throw off the glove of Lowry, so everybody is safe. It'll be a single for Tommy Joseph, and it puts runners on first and second with 1 man down. Simeon gets to it. Whoa. Look out, Odubel.
Tommy, you get credit for a base hit on that.
He did, yeah.
Lined one right back at the pitcher in his previous at bat. And that's when you need to see Odubel's break from first base be like, I'm going to get my, look at this. See there, I mean, if I'm a hitter and I hit that ball to shortstop and Odubel doesn't get a lead and a break, like he's intending to get me a hit, right?
Yeah, you talked about all these basic fundamentals, the thinking process, but it's paying attention to detail. Get a great secondary lead. Try to help your teammate get that base hit by hustling and beating that throw to second base.
Yeah, I mean, I'm telling you, if he makes a good throw,
he's out.
Tommy doesn't get a knock, and this inning is still not going. And it could be because the break, the first 2 steps by Odubel were like ho-hum,
To play devil's advocate, do you think he thought there was a chance that it was line drive could have been caught, or do you think it?
No, absolutely not, because he's got the best look at that ball coming off the bat.
Okay.
Of anybody on the field, his vantage point from first base.
The ball's at 1 strike to Crawford. Outside, 1-1.
John, we've talked about this before, right up here in these seats. One of the first things you can do to make friends for life, is get a teammate a base hit on an infield, on a ball bobbled in the infield by beating the throw to second base. And let's just say JP hits a home run right here. And Odubel, it had been a good throw. And Odubel had just beat it, right? To get Tommy a base hit and keep this inning alive, and boom, he pops a 3-run home run to tie this game up, all because of Odubel's base running.
You wonder if the fact that he was the one on first base when Tommy hit the line drive the first time, if he was a little gun shy about getting the secondary lead. But that, you can't let that deter you. You know, I've had players over the years talking to players. It's, well, he has speed. He doesn't really have to get a good secondary lead. Think about how great a base runner he would be with that speed if he did do everything fundamentally correct. You can't just chalk it up, well, he has great speed.
I don't think great base running.
Line drive, base hit it to right field. Odubel's around third. Sammy says, let's go. And he's going to score. It's an RBI single for Crawford. And the Phils have tied this ball game up at 2.
JP Crawford.
6-game hitting streak.
Eating up a little bit for sure.
Bob Melvin coming out. That's going to be it for Chris Smith. So a pitching change with 1 out. Crawford swing.
Well, that ball was a ball that the only way it could have been hit as it was if he kind of chased it out there and watched it hit the bat and stayed with it. If his right shoulder flies open, that's probably a ground ball. Nice little rally.
Yep, Smith is out. Hopefully the rally will continue when we come back against Liam Hendricks. For live Phillies baseball and for news coming up this offseason. Stay connected with a fully customizable experience. Get the Phil's home screen icons and app features, as well as game day, live game video highlights, radio broadcasts, StatCast, news, and more. Download MLB.com at bat today. Phillies have tied it up at 2 here in the home 4th inning. The new pitcher, it's right-hander Liam Hendricks, who takes over for the A's. And he will face Jorge Alfaro, and then Maikel Franco has come out in the on-deck circle to pinch hit. Hendricks, a 4.68 ERA.
'71 strikeouts, 57 innings, pretty good. There's the old iPad.
Yeah, Matt got a new one, by the way.
A little scouting report now by iPad in the dugout. I guess that's legal.
Yep, it's all loaded on there. Major League Baseball. You can't have Wi-Fi, but you can have stuff stored on it.
Whoa! Thank God for that screen.
Yep, right into the net.
Apparently, you probably shouldn't have the Apple Watch down there either.
Can't have that. But Matt's iPad, his old iPad, was hit by a foul ball and was crushed. So he has a new iPad.
I hope he took it out of the rain. This one did.
He stayed out in the rain for a while. Matt did.
Oh, that's a good
Canadian.
That's a good image of Rhys Hoskins right there. You know, one of the ingredients to being a great hitter. Should pass that down the dugout. Oh, there you go. It's a guy hitting the head of him.
0-2.
I don't know if I could have done that.
Hit yourself in the head with a bat.
Well, no, I've done that. No.
Yeah, during the game, look at an iPad.
Hey, Dennis, hey, Mank, throw me that iPad down here.
It's hard to read in the dugout, isn't it, during a game?
That's why there's no books down there. It ain't a library.
Yeah, it was, what's this guy got?
Yeah.
Anybody face this guy?
How hard's he throwing? Does he have a trick pitch? Okay, good. Got it. Everything we need to know.
Watch him warm up, you idiot.
Yeah. Oh.
Maxwell out to talk to Hendricks.
Crowd's getting restless. Man.
I mean, we already are.
Rhys is really studying that iPad.
Yeah, he is.
He might be watching YouTube, you know.
Well, he might be going over all 16 pitchers that Oakland brought in.
Checking his emails.
Broken back ground ball toward the hole, backhanded by Simeon, and he's able to get J.P. Crawford.
See, we had the same kind of play again, John.
JP seems to think he's safe.
Well, he wants to at least take a peek at it. Bo's on the horn.
Had to move Rhys out of the way with the iPad to get to the phone. You think that makes the umpire happy when he makes a call out and the guy pops up and save, check it, goes like, you know, hands to the ears like check it on the thing?
Well, the umpire doesn't really react after he gets it right, which I think he got it right.
Yeah.
He is out, so the Phillies won't review it. And now Michael Franco with runners on first and third.
Tell you what, a good thing it's September. We're running through some players.
Sure are. Ty Kelly's been used. Franco's been used off the bench for the Phillies. A's have used 2 pitchers already.
It's going to be interesting to see if Bob Melvin uses a bench player's next inning and pitcher spots hitting third.
This has to be a double switch coming up. You can't burn Franco this early, can you?
That's a good point. Tommy Joseph at third.
I mean, if he makes the last out, what, the pitcher spot's going to come back up in the 6th or so? Maybe 7th, possibly.
Out towards center field, not deep. Powell is there, and the inning is over. The Phillies do tie it up, though. They get a run on the RBI single by J.P. Crawford. They lead 2. We'll lead for the 5th with the Phils and the A's tied up at 2. Game series against the Phillies on Monday night. The Dodgers are currently playing the Washington Nationals. They beat them again today, 3-2. But it's 3 night games and then a day game. The Citizens Bank Business Person Special on Thursday. Tickets are available by going to Phillies.com.
Yeah, we might be getting them at the bad time. They lost a bunch in a row. Now they're starting to get hot and swinging the bats. And same outfit he had on last night.
Yeah. Probably had a clubby clean it up for him.
Well, I'm pretty sure. That's got to be hot, though. That's like one of those wool sweater type things, isn't it?
I think he's got the full uniform.
Unis.
He's got the full uni on.
We wore those in high school. The flannel. Them things were nice.
Mike, you wore those in high school and college, right? The flannel.
I didn't think there was anything other than flannel until somebody came up with double knit. And they stretched a little bit. That was cool.
There's Victor Arano. 0-2 to Chapman.
Well, if we're going to talk stretchy clothes, we got to talk about the master of the stretchy clothes, and that's your old teammate, Greg Luzinski.
He's the master, huh?
He's
so great.
That could have.
Well, somebody made a nice grab.
That could have come our way.
He from jeans to shorts to whatever.
There are folks around the Delaware Valley. Every time they hear this story, they're thinking, is that the right guy?
If they're stretchy, he gets them for me.
By the way, here's this catch off the bat of Chapman. Whoa.
Jeez. See, now he has every right to say if a guy misses a routine ball, how can you not catch that?
Seriously. Bouncer foul past the third base.
How do you just stay that relaxed?
He's still relaxed.
Plus, he's had a long rain delay with
a couple of those adult beverages.
Looked like Cliff Lee catching a pop-up.
Yeah. One ball and 2 strikes to Chapman. Line drive caught by J.P. Crawford. 1 out here in the 5th.
Yep. Here's another guy that just sticks his glove out. No biggie. Watches it right in there. I'll tell you what. A pretty strong infield we got out there right now defensively.
Hey, if you ever threw Michael Franco over at first, the coaches really think that he could play first every day. Freddie at shortstop, we already know his resume. JP's growing somewhat. Cesar, he's pretty slick at second. Ball's popped up foul. 0-2.
Boy, a lot of eyes are going to be on these Phillies in the offseason. How interesting is this going to be? This puzzle, this is some puzzle.
Well, I think some guys have thrown their hat in the ring this year, like Nick Williams. Odubel certainly has played well. On the outside corner, strike 3 called. Powell's down looking. 5 strikeouts for Phillies pitching first for Arano.
I heard the verbal there, Johnny.
Well, it's getting late. You know, if it's a couple inches off the plate, so be it.
Jake Smolinski will pinch hit. Try to check his swing. Boy, that looked like a pretty good pitch.
Do we have a microphone down by the screen down there, right?
Yeah, we have a couple of them actually.
So is that set up so that we don't actually hear the banter between around home plate, around the hitter and the umpire?
No, I think I think it depends. I mean, you could pick up anything.
You ought to go do a game down in Miami.
Yeah, Yeah, you can hear everything.
Everything.
They talk. The umpire says to the catcher, all that. No, see, I like that.
The funniest part was they had the gate was open in left field, and Larry Bowa brought it to the umpire's attention, and the umpire told the catcher, he said, "That might be the nicest thing Larry's ever said to me."
He didn't. Yeah, okay.
It's really funny. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Smolinski. And he taps it foul.
I'm liking the stuff Arano is featuring here.
Yeah, he's had an elbow problem this year and has pitched well as the year moved on, but they wanted to get more of a look at him. Sometimes that's what September's used for.
That had some bite. That curveball right there. See that?
Did he put his glove behind his back?
No, that meant, I'm pretty sure that meant he was signaling to Crawford.
Oh,
now,
I got you.
I think that's what it meant, that the ball might come his way.
I think you're right.
But I don't know why he would do that, because it looked like a fastball, didn't it? Watch. So why would he signal it might come your way on that?
Maybe he has that fear what the Red Sox were doing, and maybe telling him, hey, this is an off-speed pitch, and tricking him and throwing a fastball.
Swing and a miss and a breaking ball. Back-to-back strikeouts for Arano. Well, the bullpen 6 up, 6 down in relief of Ben Lively. We'll move to the bottom of the 5th in a 2-2 game. Bank, the official bank of the Phils. Well, the Lakewood Blue Claws, they finished 10 games over 500 in the first half, 3 games under in the second half. Mickey Moniak finished with a .284 batting average, 5 homers and 44 RBIs. The real bright spot of the Lakewood Blue Claws offensively was Derek Hall, the power-hitting first baseman. He was the South Atlantic League MVP, 27 home runs and 96 RBIs, 22-year-old. Pitchers had 22 shutouts. 22 shutouts for the Blue Claws. That is Simone Castro, the new pitcher. Boy, does he not look like Jose Contreras? I mean, seriously.
Looks like a young Jose Contreras.
It really does. This is his 21st game. He's on to face Cesar, who is 1 for 2 with an RBI. First pitch is up high, 1-0. By the way, we want to send condolences out to Phillies longtime equipment truck driver Jack O'Malley and his family. They're from Haddonfield, New Jersey. All of us have known Jack and the entire family for so many years. Jack's wife, Mimi, passed away earlier this week. They were married 56 years. There was a celebration of life today for the O'Malley family and for Mimi's memory. They've been hauling Phillies equipment. They hauled it when Schmitty played. They hauled it when Crucker played. But they even went back farther than that. It's been 5 generations. They started back with the horse and wagon days from the train station to the ballpark.
Wow.
And they also handled the equipment for the Philadelphia Athletics. And we all know Jack and his boys and his grandsons. It's a great family. And our thoughts and prayers are obviously with Jack, who Danny O'Rourke said is in very good spirits, which is nice to see and nice to hear. And Frank Koppenbarger, who went to the celebration of life today. We all offer our condolences on behalf of the Phillies family to the O'Malley family. They've been such a big part of, our family, our extended family.
Well put, Tommy. Well put. I can remember walking out of the clubhouse and handing Jack my suitcase. His friendly face there. I'm headed for a road trip. See his son occasionally now walking down the runway here when I'm here. When you all are going on the road. It's quite an operation moving this team around.
It's remarkable.
People don't realize that.
It's remarkable. They've been doing it for 5 generations.
Yeah, they fill an entire, what would you call that? A small semi truck?
A box truck
with equipment to take this team on the road.
They get it done quickly, too. 2 balls and no strikes to Galvis. I think that's amazing, though, that they've been doing it since the horse and buggy days.
It is. Those teams probably took a train then.
Yep. Three balls, no strikes to Galvis. Boy, what an odd motion. Galvis walks, what a way. Let's check in with a dry now. Dry, right, Murph? Greg Murphy?
I am dry now. Thank you, Tom. It's time for our Coors Banquet Timeless Moment. September 16th, 1997. Curt Schilling fans 9 in beating the Mets to become the first Phillies right-handed pitcher with 300 strikeouts in a season and the 13th in baseball history. He would also strike out exactly 300 batters in 1998 and finish his Phillies career 5th all-time in franchise history with 1,554 strikeouts. September 16th, 1997.
Johnny, he could strike some guys out, couldn't he?
Yeah, he was a power pitcher with unbelievable command.
Wasn't he a lot like Mike Scott, where it just didn't look like he was throwing that hard, but nobody could catch up with it and threw it up and kind of little riser up in the strike zone?
Yeah, he could elevate the fastball, but he could also spot it down and away when he had to, and we'll take that.
Yeah, ball gets away into foul territory. Galvis on his way to third. He did not miss a beat going around second base.
We'll take a little of that. Man on third, 1 out. Said I can definitely make it to third, but he did take a peek at Sammy, which is the right thing to do, but he probably knew when he took off he was going to be on third.
And now the A's will play the infield in with 1 man down and Williams up. 0-1 to Nick. Nick's been somewhat of an RBI machine. His 18 RBIs this month, second only to J.D. Martinez. He fouls the 0-1 back. Ball and 2 strikes.
Look like Nick is crouched lower.
I don't know, but that's a good thing to do when you have 2 strikes on you.
Maybe he's crouching lower so he doesn't, because he's been.
No, I like it. Get down. You got to get down in there with it, baby.
Yeah, but he's been susceptible to that high fastball.
Ground ball, foul.
So that's the kind of ball you can spoil right there if you kind of know you swung at a bad pitch, at least when you're short. And trying to peck at the ball to put it in play, you get a piece of that ball.
Yeah, I think you saw right there that Freddie was going on contact. So I'm sure that alerted the Oakland A's that if there's a grounder to you, you better be prepared to come home with it.
Nice play by the catcher.
So that's perfect, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Drop down on both knees, angle that body forward so when that ball hits that chest protector, it goes straight down instead of sideways.
He looks like a catcher that I wouldn't want to collide with at home plate.
It's like a tree trunk. Another bouncer foul. Boy, Mickey wants to make a play. He's just too far away.
Man. He's down to step and a dive at his age. Or maybe just a fall.
That's what happens when you take over as the commissioner of the
you
fantasy
know,
league.
Get a little chubby and don't take care of yourself.
High fastball, 2 outs. Well, the Reese Lightning group out on the scoreboard boards, they'd like to have some action.
I'm trying to think of some nicknames for Reese. I know we got Reese Lightning. That's pretty good.
Ben wants us to start saying unbereasable. That's not really a nickname, I guess.
Reese's Pieces.
Yeah, somebody else mentioned that.
Did they?
Yeah.
Tell you what, though, you see how he's starting to get pitched now. You know, he had his first 2 at bats. He got 0-1 and then ended up getting a 3-1 count. He ended up walking and grounding out and walking.
See, I think he was trying to throw that for a strike, that slider. He wouldn't be trying to throw that slider inside, you know, pitch around him. But I think what happens is these guys, when he knows he's up there, they kind of tighten up a little bit when they let that ball go, you know.
Maybe.
And he's like, I don't want to steer this thing down the middle. Like that.
A high fly ball to left center field. It's playable. Matt Joyce is under it, and he makes the catch, and the Phils leave one over at third. No runs, no hits, and 1 man left in scoring position. We go to the 6th inning. It's a 2-2 game. He's smooth, he's strong, and this non-human performance is brought to you by Independence Blue Cross. Live fearless. Well, Rhys Hoskins was just up a moment ago, and he flied out to left center field. Let's take a look at that swing from Rhys.
All right. The thing I like most about, now let's remember, this pitch was elevated. This pitch was as a hitter, from a hitter standpoint, a little bit above the belt, which makes it kind of, let's call it elevated, not an easy pitch to hit unless you use a lot of top hand on it. But what Rhys does, John, what I like about him so much is he throws the bat from back. His hands are back. There's no movement forward with his hands before the swing. His arms are totally relaxed, and he's not swinging 100% at the ball. You know, he's swinging smooth, nice smooth tempo. Head is perfectly still. Look at his head. And the only reason that ball wasn't hit out of the park was because it was elevated. John wants to get on the telestrator here, boy.
I haven't drawn in a while. I thought I had a masterpiece yesterday.
Balls and 1 strike to Matt Joyce. Second inning for Arano. And Joyce bounces it to the right side. Cesar's up with it. One away. And Semion's coming up. This is the home run from the other day.
Let's watch the location of this pitch. A little bit lower, 6-8 inches lower.
His head is really still.
Yeah, it stays in the center of his body, which is beautiful. I mean, it's, you know, if you just watched the swing and didn't see the end result, you could see where he would be a high average hitter.
Mm-hmm.
And then when you see his build and where the ball ends up a lot of times. Now watch his head right here. This is the perfect thing. This triangle right here with the head in the center. And now watch as the swing progresses. That head never leaves the center until the impact, and then it goes back to his back leg. But that is absolutely perfect. If that head drifts forward, that means the ball's going to get on you quicker, and you jam yourself. When that head stays in the center right there, like Rhys's does, his head doesn't move. He can track the ball longer, and that's why he's going to be a very, very good hitter for a very long time.
A bit high, 3-1.
So now you say, as an opposing pitcher, how do you combat that?
Tricky.
When you have a hitter up there that's just what you would call locked in, or he's got just everything going right. How do you combat that?
Well, you don't do what Semien just did on a 3-1 pitch. Backed out of the way, and it was right down the middle.
Well, I was saying, what you and I, having been there before, the fly ball to Cesar Hernandez in the infield. I mean, what pitchers have to do is they have to do something to upset that, or just totally pitch around it. I would totally pitch around him, like back in the Barry Bonds days when they would walk Barry with men on base. But you know, that's where the up and in fastball and the sliders in the dirt and just something to confuse him a little bit. You know,
that's what Mengden did yesterday with the hesitations, the double pumping, and change of speeds. He was fantastic last night. You got to tip your hat to this young man. First career complete game.
Oh, and he only curls up the stash when he pitches.
Yeah,
I think the humidity got it.
1 ball and 1 strike.
Either that or the rain. They were doing some sort of. Yeah, watch Mengden against Hoskins right here in yesterday's games, and see the double hesitation. Now look at the leg kick. You know, that's normally a pitch that Rhys would take a pass at with 2 strikes, but because you start the leg kick and then you don't know when to put your foot down, sometimes you have to jab it down because of the the hesitation, and you get caught off balance.
Another 1-2-3 inning for the Phillies bullpen. They have faced 9. They've retired all 9. So we go on to the bottom of the 6th inning. Odubel's going to lead it off when we get back. Dealers. Buy WB Mason. Who bought WB Mason for fast free delivery? Nobody does it better. And buy Nissan. ShopChooseNissan.com. Odubel will lead things off here at the bottom of the 6th inning. There's Victor Arano chatting with Cesar Hernandez.
Man, he did a nice job.
Yeah, he did. I wonder what they'll do if they'll have him go back out there in the 7th. I doubt it, but we'll see.
Ain't no one warming up.
No.
Was he a starter down in the?
He was not.
I wonder how stretched out he is.
Take a look at his dailies, his game logs.
That's how good those microphones are. You heard Odubel hitting himself on the thigh.
Maybe they turned him up for us.
Shows bunt, takes outside,
Hey,
2-0.
I kid you, there's some games when they knock the donut off the bat, that ceramic thing that Tommy has on his bat right now.
Wakes you up.
It sounds like a building's coming down somewhere.
Wakes you up.
I mean, it's loud. Like dropping a cinder block from 10 feet.
That ball is smoked on the ground, foul. Whoa, look out.
Mickey didn't want no part of that one,
No,
did he?
I don't blame him. Nor did the ball girl, which I don't blame her either.
Tell you what, I'd like to see that kind of a swing on a 2-0 count out of a double. Heck
That
with
was
that.
nice. She
Heck
gave
with
she gave that ball to those little girls, and the little girls said thank you. Very, very polite.
that magic words.
By the way, John, Arano's season high is 2. Did it 8 times with Reading.
Maybe it's easier to pitch up here.
I don't know. In the air to left field. Going back on it is Matt Joyce over toward the corner, and he'll get there. Just didn't have enough on it. And one away. Here's Tommy Joseph, who is 1 for 2. He's hit the ball hard twice tonight. Outside, 1-0.
Oh, that was a cutter. That was a real thing right there. A fastball that kind of ran away about 2 or 3 inches. Another one.
Yep.
I'd question that pitch.
Yeah, now what though? He ain't swinging at that one. What do I throw now? Fastball for a homer?
That'd be good.
I'm with you on that call.
Oh, did he?
Fly ball to left center field. Boog Powell is under it. And 2 away.
I bet there hadn't been many times when you look over the last 30, 40, 50 years you said Boog Powell tracked one down in center.
It is weird. Toby Milner warming up in the bullpen. I love that Larry Henderson has this story where, you know, when he was with the Indians very early in his career, you know, the Indians used to wear those red uniforms from top to bottom. And he said Boog Powell, who was on the Indians at the time, walked out and somebody said to Boog Powell, he said, "Man, you look like a big old blood clot."
Blood clot. That's funny.
What were they thinking?
How would you think of
I
that
don't
on
know.
the spur of the moment, though?
That's a good question. Well, maybe he wore it for a couple of weeks and they
What does he look like?
Now those were ugly.
The red from top to bottom.
I think the ugliest were when the White Sox wore shorts, and
And even for a guy that's a shorts connoisseur like Greg Luzinski, that's still
good. Wasn't good. Wasn't a good look. With the collared shirts.
Bad look there. White Sox?
Yeah.
Did you guys ever ask him about that? Did you ever ask Bull about that, wearing the shorts? Has he ever talked about that?
I haven't had the nerve.
Oh, no.
I haven't had the nerve to ask him.
Let's get him on the phone.
Well, I can't. I can't lose him as my fashion consultant. I lose him, I'm done.
Well, he's bounced back well since he wore those uniforms. 3-2 to Crawford. And ball 4, just a little high. JP's aboard. Here's Jorge Alfaro with 2 outs.
That's a good eye right there. Being able to lay off that. You can't do anything with that pitch. It looks so inviting out of the pitcher's hand. It's got that little hop on it. It's really hard to lay off of. There you see it again. And it's about it's almost at the same height of the home run or the fly ball that Hoskins missed. You know, it's probably in the book rule strike zone height, which is what, armpits or
armpits to knees.
Can you imagine if you called one at someone's armpits?
Well, if they had called that one right now, oh, they'd be arguing right. They'd still be arguing. I got a quick question for you now. Hoskins, if he is our cleanup hitter and most likely will be next year, all things being equal, who do you like on our team that hit behind him?
We were kind of tossing that around the other day.
Who do you like on our team as a 5-hole hitter?
Well, I think it's going to be a combination of Altair or Nick Williams, the way it's set up right now. Now, if you somehow put him in left field and have Tommy Joseph still at first, then you can have a combination of Tommy along with Altair or Nick Williams. You know,
it's a lot of righties.
It is. But I think it's a combination of Nick Williams and Altair. I don't know what you guys think about that.
Well, it's funny. John, if you have an opinion on it, but for some reason a right-hander behind him. If you have like Williams behind him, it means the bullpen is going to have to go out and get a left-hander for Williams, right? Late in the game.
Ooh. Out to center field. That's well struck. Powell going back to the wall. Gone! Into the bushes. A 2-run home run for Alfaro. His 4th of the year. The Phillies take the lead and Powell's hurt. It's a 4-2 ball game.
Well, you can add Alfaro to these young studs at the plate. Wow. Straightaway center field line drive.
Yeah, that ball just jumped off his bat.
That's his alley right there. Powell hurt himself, but must have maybe ran into the fence. Boom. Look at that still head there.
Yeah, that's what it is. There's no drift in that swing.
That's where he may have hurt himself. Dan Kiss of Warrington, you've just won $200 thanks to the McDonald's home run jackpot.
Yeah, he hurt himself when he hit the wall.
Well, but you think about the at-bat of J.P. Crawford.
Yeah.
Taking that 3-2 pitch.
Excellent point.
You know, things get set up in different ways because, you know, Castro might have pitched Alfaro different in that situation if there's no one on, if he's leading off an inning.
Yeah.
Hand off the baton to the guy behind you. If you take what the game gives you, just a wild swing at that high pitch, the inning's over, and we're out on defense.
And the adjustments he made from his last at bat when he was just swinging, you know, off balance, or his first at bat. Remember how off balance he was? And
very controlled this time.
Very good adjustments made by a young hitter. Pete's got to quit bringing people in. I'm running out of space.
Bouncer, foul.
Alfaro, this is a perfect ballpark for him. He is a straightaway right center field, left center field hitter. Does not like to pull the ball. He can just get a feel for that, how close that wall is out there.
Well, I think we've seen his last 2 home runs. Those were, those were home runs that jumped.
Well, the curveball, the upper deck, was a curveball.
Yep. Kim lifts it down the left field line.
Tell you the thing that I've liked about watching these young kids who have come up, and it started with Nick Williams, and we didn't see it a lot until some of these young kids came up, like Nick, like Alfaro. J.P. Crawford has done it. Every ball that's hit, they're going pretty much full speed. Routine grounders, they're running hard. Alfaro's running hard on every ball. Nick brought that to this team.
I would agree with that, John. I think Williams, just him alone with that style is fun to watch.
When he hit that grand slam on that first pitch slider from that left-hander, and guys, you tell me exactly where that was. Can't think it was.
Was it Milwaukee?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a day game, I think. I think that was kind of a turning point for the team. Obviously, we know what Hoskins did. But
well, tonight, this might be the turning point. Alfaro straightaway center field has given the Phils a 4-2 lead as we go to the 7th inning. Time now for your Delaware Valley Honda dealers game summary. Early on, every raindrop counted. Well, as we move forward after the rain delay, every run is counted for the Phils. They lead it 4-2 as we go to the 7th, thanks to a home run by Jorge Alfaro. And now Hobie Milner is on, and Milner facing Matt Olson, who is 1 for 2 tonight. This kid has had himself one heck of a run out of the bullpen for the Phillies. Lefties are hitting just $173 against him.
Tell you what, they've done some good things with left-handers in that bullpen, and we all know that was a sore point with this bullpen.
Well, you remember in spring training, no one knew. I thought Joely Rodriguez was going to be that guy that would come in and give you a solid inning, get big lefties out.
Best thing that happened for the Phillies is that Hobie Milner was returned by the Cleveland Indians after they took him in the Rule 5 draft.
Thing Hobie don't sit out there and think about 22 in a row. Huh.
Playoff share.
Yeah. But he might not have gotten that chance.
No.
Oh,
Tommy Joseph stays with it. 3 unassisted. And 1 out here in the 7th. Before the Birds take on the Chiefs, join Michael B., Ray Dittinger, Seth Joyner, and Barrett Brooks on Eagles pregame live tomorrow. Following the game, they're back on CSN to recap the action. It all starts tomorrow at noon on CSN.
Isn't Andy Reid's record like with a long week, like after
bye week, it's very good.
But the short week, playing on Thursday night.
So are you saying that
Chiefs are good, man?
are you saying it might be a way to go tomorrow?
Well, I know who I'm rooting for, but Chiefs are they look good week 1 against the Patriots.
They did look good week 1, particularly in the 3rd and 4th quarters. Speaking of Rule 5 picks, Cano was a Rule 5 pick. He was a Rule 5 pick by the Rockies out of the Marlins organization, and then was immediately traded to the A's, who kept him up on their roster in 2015. They had lost all the power because Donaldson had been traded, and Brandon Moss was no longer with the team, so they figured they needed some pop. They kept him, and in 2015 he had 16 home runs, but then last year after 16 games hurt his hip and then missed the rest of the year because of that. Now this year it's been kind of slow to get him back going because he spent some time in AAA. Popped him up. Tommy Joseph over at first. 2 outs here in the 7th.
It's just amazing to watch Hobie Milner just, the swings, not only lefties he gets from lefties, but also from righties.
Yes.
He's throwing 87, 88, and he's jamming. Right-handed hitters get little pop-ups the other way.
So the biggest thing this year, there are 2 things. 2-seamer, which he had every year. He says he always said, I'm going to try to throw a 2-seamer. And this year he is throwing the 2-seamer consistently and changing the grip on his breaking pitch to where it is right now.
Pete told us when he first got here, he didn't throw it for the first couple outings. They're like, well, what are you waiting on? Go ahead and let it fire. Let it go.
Yeah.
And it's become a weapon for him.
Way outside.
It's a good inning for him too with these 2 lefties. Wow, watching pitch, he's reaching way out toward first base. That was never any fun when they had the right-handers that threw like this. John used to love these guys.
I don't think Maxwell's enjoying much either.
No, he's not in favor of Hobie Milner. Chapman is on deck. Be nice to get to him without anybody on.
He can lead off the 8th if they want.
He didn't bite that time. 2-2.
That ball starts behind your body and ends up on the outer, off the outside corner.
I could think when that ball's on its way there, I could think of a million other things I'd rather be doing than hitting it.
Tell you what, he's hanging tough. Old Maxie.
I don't know if he's hanging tough or he's just hoping they're getting called balls.
This one here's the key pitch.
Just missed ball 4.
Man, he didn't swing at that because he couldn't swing at it.
Oh, here comes Chapman. Right on the line.
That would be a strike 3 in tennis.
Well, Milner's going to be done. They're going to bring Ramos in. So Ramos is on to face Matt Chapman in a 2-run ball game here in the top of the 7th inning with 2 men down. 17th through the 21st of next year, 5 days and 4 nights. 3 different experiences to choose from, whether it be a fan, a player, or a general manager. Located at the Carpenter Complex in Clearwater, Florida. Join the Phils, Greg Luzinski, Jim Eisenreich, Milt Thompson, Mike Lieberthal, Matt Stairs, John Kruk, and many more, including the commish, Mickey Morandini, and special guest Charlie Manuel. Go to PhilliesFantasyCamp.com for more info. Here's Ramos. Ramos facing Matt Chapman. Hit the ball hard twice tonight. Takes a breaking ball. That was a little bit of a hanger.
And you notice where J.P. Crawford's playing. He's back and closer to the line where he's playing. Almost 7th inning. No doubles defense. Pretty smart move, though, the way this guy's been turning on balls.
Another breaking ball, 0-2. Yep, there he is, tucked toward the line.
Yeah, for the fans out there on that guard the line late in the game. Some managers like it, some don't. But it means that the ball down the line, you're giving them the single to your left, but you're not giving them the double to your right as a corner infielder.
Oh boy, a little close.
And that means the tying run can't get to second on a ball down the line. If it were left-hander, it'd be the same way in first base. The run would score and the tying run would be on second. This way, that all we're giving up is a single.
And a breaking ball and a strike 3 called. Chapman never took the bat off his shoulder, and that'll do it for the A's in the top of the 7th. No runs, no hits, and 1 man left. Time to stretch finally here in Philadelphia. Well, back here at Citizens Bank Park, we go to the bottom of the 7th inning. And a couple of changes for the A's, including the fact that Daniel Coulombe is the new pitcher. They bring in the lefty to face Cesar. Move Cesar to the right side and Freddie to the right side. Coulombe's numbers, a 3.72 earned run average. Lefty's at 215 against him. Inside 2-0. Canna moves from right field to center field. And Pinder comes in to play right field. Two balls and no strikes. Now 3-0. Cesar tonight is 1 for 3. And there's a strike, 3-1. Three and 2. Phillies this year have already exceeded their numbers from last year in a few categories. Well, we told you last night the average at 252, the team average, which is the highest batting average since 2012. That's a good start right there. Bouncer right side. And Lowry will take care of him, one away. Phillies are tied for 17th in home runs since the All-Star break. We talked about that. But from a run standpoint, with the 4 runs that they've scored tonight, they have 626 runs. Now you might think, well, that's 27th in baseball, but it's already 16 more than all of last year. So they've exceeded the numbers from last year. They've already exceeded, or I should say tied the home run total that they had last year. They had 161, and the home run by Alfaro makes it 161 this year. They've blown away the doubles total. Last year they had 231 doubles. This year they have 267. So a lot of positive steps forward.
Yeah, there are. A lot of these numbers, though, can be skewed a little bit because they have had wild bouts of inconsistency offensively, especially in the first half of the season. More consistent the second half, in my opinion.
Maybe we should throw a little credit to our old broadcast friends.
Yeah. Well, I think they bought into what he's trying to get them to do, and you know that's half the battle.
2 balls and 1 strike.
You know what? He really enjoys his job too.
Oh, he does. He's embraced it.
Ain't nothing like hanging out with Larry, right? Larry and Pete.
Line drive, base hit for Galvis the opposite way.
Man, that was a sweet stroke. God, that was sweet.
Well, Freddie's aboard with 1 away. Luis Garcia's warming up at the pen.
He let that ball get right on him and just fired his hips, and that ball just went where it wanted to go. There was no sense of, watch this right here. Boom! Kept his head down. Watch. Ah, it was a beautiful stroke. Went to right field because it was back in, you know, it was over the plate when he hit it. That's a good feeling, isn't it? Hit one like that.
Yes, indeed.
You used to hit one over short like that off a right-handed pitcher.
See if Nick Williams can get himself rolling. He was 0 for 3 last night. He's 0 for 3 tonight. Stays in there against those lefties. That's inside 1-1.
Yeah, I think going into the offseason, you have to look at the offense as being a positive with the increase in numbers. I still think, you know, we can talk about who's going to hit behind Hoskins, who's going to play here, who's going to do that. Who's going to pitch?
Yeah. I think that's the key.
You know, I think one guy, to me, has proven that I should be in the rotation next year, and that's Aaron Nola.
I would agree with that.
I don't know if anyone else has.
Well, I think everybody loves Eichhoff because he's a grinder, you know, and he takes the ball every day and pitched in tough luck, run wise early in the year.
There's Lively, who started tonight and then exited because of the rain. Breaking ball, and Williams is down looking on strikes. 2 outs. And now Hoskins is coming up. Bob Melvin, though, is going to go get a right-hander to face Hoskins. Not going to fool around. So we'll have another pitching change with a runner at first base and 2 men down. Hoskins, instead of facing lefty, will go against the righty when we return to the ballpark. Tickets are available as we speak. Go to Phillies.com/season deposit. Great season ticket holder benefits throughout the entire year. Preferred locations, full and partial plans are available to fit your needs and your schedule. Again, go to Phillies.com/season deposit for more information. They're dancing in the stands here at Citizens Bank Park. They had to endure an hour and 41-minute rain delay. But a good portion.
The kids are holding in pretty good.
Are. Yeah.
No, they've surpassed me. Yeah, seriously, next rain delay has to be a non-weekend game. I'm taking that.
Rhys Hoskins will lead it off, or will step up with 2 outs against Ryan Dull. And it's 0-1.
Right now, and going through his mind, I bet you right now is, I didn't like that swing. Right?
Oh, he asked Jerry Lane if that was a strike.
Fans are getting on Jerry a little bit. Pitchcast presented by Mazda. Looks like the same spot where we thought Ramos should have gotten the punch out in the last half inning. And the 0-2 pitch coming from Dull. Check swing. He went, says Jerry Lane. Oh, Jerry.
Well, you got to get some help on that.
Hoskins down on strikes. Take a look from the side. A little closer than I thought it was. Phillies leave one here in the 7th. We'll go to the 8th. It's 4-2 in favor of the Phils. Honda dealers. Hurry to your local Del Val Honda dealer. Visit DelValHondaDealers.com. We move to the top of the 8th inning. Phillies still hanging on to a 4-2 lead. This is the last pitch to Rhys Hoskins. Jerry Lane did not ask for help. He decided it was a swinging strike on his own. I have to admit, it was closer than I thought.
Yeah, it could have gone either way. But to save argument, you just ask.
And what Rhys said to Jerry Lane.
How can you watch the ball and the swing?
They had a rather lengthy conversation for umpire and player.
Well, Jerry said it's easy. The ball was in the dirt, and I could take my eye off it and watch your swing.
That quickly, you think he could do that?
Here's Pinder, and it's 0-1.
I've been doing this for 25 years.
I've been talking on the phone for 50. My kids still know more than me about it.
That's because there are new ones coming out every year, Johnny.
Where am I supposed to put this Garcia on my?
Did you run out of space?
He's still in the pitcher spot.
Garcia is still in the pitcher spot. Nunez is in the on-deck circle to pinch hit for the A's. It's 0-2 to Pinder. Jerry, did he go? Let's ask Dan Bellino this time. He did go.
The ball was a strike.
I thought it was too. Every time the Phillies pitchers retire, the opposition 1-2-3, which the bullpen did in the 4th, 5th, and 6th innings tonight. Comcast will make a contribution to Phillies charities. Phillies baseball is brought to you by Xfinity. Xfinity X1 will change the way you experience TV.
They had 1, 2, 3 in the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th.
Well, I was just leaning on the bullpen for tonight because they've been a big story.
Well, that's what was the bullpen. Lively only pitched 2 innings, didn't he?
Lively pitched 3.
Oh, he did. That's right. All 3 fly balls to a double. It's been a long day.
Here is Joey Wendell, a second baseman by trade. And he takes a strike. It's 0-1. He is out of Westchester University. Cleveland Indians selected him in the 6th round in 2012. Eventually was traded to the A's in the Brandon Moss deal in 2014. So a local kid getting a chance to return back to the Delaware Valley. Went to Avon Grove High School, which is out in Chester County. No balls and 2 strikes to Wendell. And he hits that one sharply at second baseman Cesar Hernandez.
That's 6 straight strikes thrown by Garcia.
Talk about somebody that's closing strong here in 2017. Luis is doing that. And now Matt Joyce.
Maybe Luis figured, you know what, it's time. It's time for me to prove that I can be a late inning setup man and not a guy that's going to go up and down between AAA and the big leagues. It's pretty nice when you get here and stay.
Amen to that.
Travel's better, hotels are better. I mean, it just, you know, financially it's a little
smidge better.
Smidge better.
Out to center field. That ball is well hit. Going back is Odubel. He runs it down.
What a nice route he took on that ball.
Straight as an arrow.
I think he saw it was smoked right off the bat. Just a little too less launch angle, John.
for Hyundai defensive plays of the game. Well, the pitcher's got in the way of some hot shots.
Tommy Joseph smokes it right back into the glove, which is hard to do. And Odubel, line shot off the leg. Nothing we could do as a base runner on that, Hoskins, except get a little strawberry on his hiney when he slid into second. And those are your Hyundai defensive plays of the game by the Oakland pitchers, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealer.
Yeah, Chris Smith, he wasn't right after that. After taking that line drive off the bat. Here we go, bottom of the 8th inning. Santiago Casilla will be the new pitcher. 3-5 with a 4.25 ERA. He's no longer the closer for the Athletics. He did save 16 games. He had 23 opportunities.
Got some tough looking relievers here on this Oakland team.
Casilla just
wow.
Double. I believe was hitting the foot. So he'll head to first.
Another reason why you don't like the leg kick. Your foot's up in the air when the ball's coming at you. Wow.
That hit him in both feet.
It may have.
Looks like it hits him in the bottom part of his right and then hit him in the ankle part of the left. That's I mean, again, that's all these guys do. How can you throw on that bad?
First pitch they come in with also. All right, Tommy Joseph now. Joseph is 1 for 3.
I think Tommy's standing up there like, I'm going to get something out over the plate.
There goes Odubel, pitches a strike and no throw. Odubel stumbles in for his 8th stolen base of the year.
Well, you had to think if you're Casilla, I'm not paying attention to him because I just bounced one 40 feet and hit him in both feet in a left-hander's batter's box, so I'm not even going to look at him. Odubel just picked up on it, and I don't know what that.
Now here's
welcome to the world of Odubel.
Here's an at bat that is sort of a strategy at bat, small game bat, at bat. We have a 2-run lead. Oh, wouldn't we like to have a 3-run lead?
Absolutely.
You just got to push one more over.
Tommy tries to do that down the right field line. It's going to go foul off the railing and into the seating area. Hector Neris warming up in the bullpen. Phillies, by the way, tonight, if they win one more game, they've won as many games in the second half as they did in the first half of the year. That's part of the improvement they've had, too. They have the second best record in the National League East since the All-Star break.
Well, that ought to tell you can do it. Be some confidence.
Well, Maxwell is cutting a path out between home plate and the mound. Outside, 1-2 to Tommy.
Day game tomorrow, boys. Day game tomorrow.
Ooh,
2-2.
that's a tough one to give to the umpire.
was that?
Had to be low, I guess.
Well, definitely low because it was right down the middle and low.
Outside again.
Well, now you should get a nice fastball to shoot to the opposite field. Good one to get a piece of right there. That's a tough ball to get to foul off. That high rising fastball at somewhere in the upper 90s.
Bouncer foul. Good effort there on the tarp. Foul ball by Tommy, staying alive here on some pitches that are all around the strike zone. J.P. Crawford on deck.
Tommy used to have his old style of hitting was more of a downward plane to the ball. I think that helps him on those high pitches. And keep his hands up and get the barrel of the bat up to the ball. You take an uppercut at those things, man, you're striking out.
That's where Nick Williams' issue is, I think, with the pitch elevated. Is he has a well, you'd have been interested to hear who has. We were down there I was down in the coach's room last week and talking with the guy for the Phillies that keeps statistical data on all this, and Freddie has one of the highest launch angles.
Really?
Who does?
Freddie. And they said at the point of contact, Nick Williams has one of the lowest launch angles.
Interesting.
I don't know how they figure that stuff out. I mean, I'd have said just the opposite. Really, wouldn't you?
With your eyes, yeah, I would have thought the same thing.
And what is that? Like an average of every swing?
I would think so. Tommy pops it foul again. This one off to the right.
Looks like we're
all over the place.
Looks like we're in a little. I'm going to challenge you with fastballs here. Sort of position in this at bat. Now it's 3 in a row. Something like that just makes me not believe in that stuff at all. I mean, Freddie may hit a lot of more fly balls than he wants, but he's definitely not swinging up at the ball.
Swing and a miss. Casilla wins the battle. He lulled him to sleep. And there's one out.
I think Tommy was doing what he was trying to get him over. He battled like heck, just couldn't get a ball to do it.
All right, so J.P. Crawford with a runner in scoring position. J.P. has an RBI tonight. He is 1 for 2. Doubled his or singled his second time up, walked his last time.
Yeah, this is why you would love to get this extra run right here. make it a 3-run game, because if Semien or Lowry get on, you're looking at the big power man and Matt Olson coming up with a chance to tie it.
Yep. Off the glove with Maxwell, and Odubel goes to third.
That helps.
Yeah, that was, he ate him up on that one.
Wow.
Off of Jerry Lane's leg. It was kind of like the first pitch he threw of the inning.
Yeah, it was. We're setting up down and away, and I'm going to pull this one between the legs of J.P. Crawford. Hey, why don't you try to block this, please?
How could you throw 4 fastballs in a row just right around the strike zone, then throw one that what is like 48 feet?
Yeah. Out toward left field. Joyce going over. This will get the run home. Joyce is under. It makes the catch. Odubel will score. Sac fly for Crawford. Phillies add another one. It's now 5-2.
Well, that's good stuff now by JP. Not trying to pull that ball. That ball deep to the opposite field. But it goes to show you how, I know Tommy did all he could to try to get the runner over, but it just goes to show you how different the game becomes if you move runners in at bats.
Scoring runs by making outs. It's you don't know how big that is, whether it be a ground out, a sac fly, wild pitch, error. But you're right. It's easier. To me, it was always easier to elevate a ball to left field than if I tried to pull a ball. I had a better chance of, or I had a chance of rolling over and hitting a grounder at someone.
Alfaro homered his last time up. He's 1 for 3. His home run is one of the big blows in today's game. It broke a 2-2 tie. Oh, and 2.
Wrist is bothering him.
Oh yeah, he's holding that wrist. I'm telling you, that road trip when he got those pitches that bent the thumb back, he was in a lot of pain. Didn't bother him his last at bat though.
Well, a lot of times when you have those little nagging things like that, it only hurts when you take a really
violent swing
or a really bad swing like he just took the previous pitch.
Did you say violent?
Violent.
Great description of what a bad swing is. It's violent. Loss of balance. He's not doing it any good. That was a good 2-strike swing right there, but he keeps grabbing that wrist, grabbing that hand.
I think that one was his top hand. Looks like he was shaking out his top hand that time. Maybe it's radiating from one to the other. You know, they work in unison.
Yes, they do. They'll connect eventually. 1-2 pitch. Outside, 2-2. Off the hands and another base hit for Alfaro.
Beautiful 2-strike approach there. That wrist feels better right now.
That brings Aaron Altair to the plate. Phillies with a base runner and a run in. Alfaro's reached base safely in 20 of his 21 games. He's hit safely, counting the 2 hits tonight, 18 of the 21 games.
And like I said, of the 3 catchers, I would have to rate him the better offensive player. And defense, I don't, you know, it's a coin toss, to be honest, with the three that are here.
I guess catching coaches, pitchers would know the fine lines of catching. You know, presenting a target, framing the pitches, calling the game, all those kind of things. I wouldn't be much good at trying to explain the difference in catchers defensively. You might see a guy block balls. You know, I mean, he always blocks balls. Nothing gets by him, or he can really frame a ball. You know, like Yadier Molina. You can watch him catch, and just something about him that he just looks like he knows what he's doing.
Your old catcher was pretty good at it too. Booney. I used to go into a slump to start every season because we'd go up from San Diego, you know, for spring training. We'd go to Palm Springs.
There's a pretty good defensive catcher on the screen right there.
But we go up to Palm Springs and play 4 games, and Booney caught them all. And he caught balls so deep that the umpire would give them. I thought they were all high.
Altair waves at a breaking ball, and that wraps up this 8th inning. Phillies, though, added insurance run for Hector Neris. So Neris will have a 3-run lead to work with when we come back at the top of the 9th inning here at Citizens Bank Park. Ben Davis and Marshall Harris are standing by to break down today's ball game. We're going to talk about the success of the bullpen so far in this game. Alfaro's big home run. Also talk about Ben Lively a little bit. Lively, a rain-shortened outing tonight. Aaron Altair stays in the game to play left field. Rhys Hoskins moves from left field to first base. And Hector Neris is the new pitcher. He's got a 3-run lead to work with. Hector will bat in Tommy Joseph's spot in the order. Now there's the line totals for today's game. A's only have 2 hits, and both came in the 2nd inning. That's how good Lively was before the hour and 41-minute rain delay, but really how good this bullpen's been. They've allowed 1 base runner.
Yeah, the bullpen's been a strong suit in the second half of the season. It continues on today. You know, paybacks, man. You know, we got 2 yesterday. They got 2 today.
It all evens out, I guess.
You got to thank Danny for that. Murph's nephew for need more than 2 hits, unless they're both grand slams. Well, we didn't get the grand slams, but 8 hits and 5 runs that we'd think would be enough for Hector to nail this one down.
They'll face Simeon, Lowry, and Olson to start it off, and let's hope that's all he faces. Out to right center field, and Nick Williams is there. That ball kind of died, didn't it? 1 out.
Get that first man, that helps. And as we said earlier, boy, it's nice seeing that 3-run lead versus a 2-run lead.
Absolutely. Well, I think as you guys alluded to, you know, Lowry gets on, you have Olson coming up, and it's a little easier to face him when you're up 3 instead of up 2. Lowry takes outside.
That's why earlier I was talking about taking a strike in the 9th inning like this in Oakland. Now there's a pitch right there. If he's taking till Neris throws a strike.
That ball is drilled deep to right field, and it is gone.
Well, I'll still try and make my point.
Well, you have time because he's going to run around the bases after his 13th home run.
He would have had a 2-0 count, but he swung at a ball that was just out of the strike zone to make it 1-1. And you give that umpire a chance to take you to 2-0, and maybe you get a base on balls, and maybe you can get the tying run to home plate. However, he hit a line drive into the seats.
Yes, he did.
So maybe he was warming up for the next swing. How about that launch angle, John?
Perfect.
24 degrees.
Is that the perfect launch angle?
According to our Matt Stairs, it is. It's like 23 point something or other. We'll round it off to 24.
How about that? Olson bunts.
Appreciate it.
I'll tell you right now, that's a good play.
You think so?
Absolutely a good play. Now, obviously, he didn't make the bunt that he wanted. We can show it again. See, he wanted to get it more down the third base line. In fact, they were with the shift on him like that. Anything bunted. I mean, hard bunted.
Yeah, JP could keep coming as hard as he wants. He wasn't going to get there.
No, but that brings the tie. That brought the tying run to home plate.
Yeah,
there again, the third run, the 3-run lead, puts him in a position to not swing for the, not be a home run to tie the game. It makes him want to be a base runner.
0-1. Two.
Well, he made a good play. I think he should be commended for understanding that.
The thought was there. The right thought was there. Just the execution.
That's the whole thing with these big guys and putting a shift on them. When they try to beat the shift like that, and they don't beat the shift. They second guess themselves. I don't think Hector wanted that to happen. Now you have the tying run at home plate.
Yeah, but why did Hector quick pitch?
It's kind of fouled him more times than not this year.
Not to mention, why would you throw a pitch inside?
I mean, watch him right here. Look, he didn't come set, and his mechanics are out of rhythm, and he lets go of one a little too early, and now you're one swing away from being behind or being tied.
Canada's in a little bit of pain.
Well, he's been hit twice.
That's right. He was hit in the second inning.
Yeah, on the kind of like on the jersey.
Yeah. All right. So here is Bruce Maxwell. He walked his last time up. He's 0 for 2 and 0 for 6 of the game, or in the series, I should say. First pitch in there, a split. It's 0-1.
I think going into next year too, this part of the bullpen is going to have to improve. I mean, it could still be Hector Neris, but somebody's going to have to shut him down all the time. 40 times, 45 times a year.
Bouncer back to the mound. Hector's got it. He'll take a slow stroll to the bag, and the ball game is over. The Phillies and their fans endured a 1 hour and 41-minute rain delay, but win it tonight by a final of 5-3. They've matched their win total from the first half of the season. Now they got some clutch hits from Jorge Alfaro, some clutch swings, I should say, from Alfaro and J.P. Crawford. Our Chevrolet players of the game, though, how about the bullpen? In relief of Ben Lively, 6 innings, 1 hit, 1 walk, and 6 strikeouts. Well, that's doing a job right there. You got a couple of young guys mixed in there as well. Yaxel Rios, Arano, and Hobie Milner combining with the veterans of this Phillies bullpen staff. Time now for our W.B. Mason delivery of the game. We go to the 6th inning. El Oso.
Got a slider out over the plate, and man, that thing was loud. And Boog Powell gave it a great effort out there in center field, but that was the dagger right there.
How about exchanging forearms with him?
Oh, thanks. I'm good. No.
Well, it's been a pretty nice run offensively for Alfaro since he came up, and he provides us with our W.B. Mason delivery of the game. The Phillies win it by a final score of 5-3 over the Oakland Athletics. All right, so this series now is even at 1 win apiece. Tomorrow is the finale of the 3-game set. And Greg Murphy's down on the field with Jorge Alfaro.
All right, thank you very much, guys. Yeah, here with Jorge Alfaro, who got number 4 of the season. And when you hit them, they go a long way. Tell us a little bit about that swing. It looked like you got your arms out extended, took a nice, easy swing.
Yeah, I mean, like, I was trying to make a contact in front, you know, so I extend my arms, and I mean, I get the fastball, and thanks God that I can put her in the air and just make a good contact. So that helped us to go up, you know, and they score.
The guys upstairs were talking about doing the little things, scoring when you make an out with a sac fly late in the game. You're 2-out, 2-run home run, getting runs with 2 outs. How important is that for an offense?
I mean, it means a lot to the team. Like, you can see it, and that gives us like confidence and all that. Just try to put the ball on plate and don't try to do too much. Just that. Just try to help the team, like offense and defense. Like Odubel, he made really good plays, and Crawford and all those guys, you know, like Tommy and all those guys. Even the bullpen, they did a really good job. They come into the game like ready, you know, like they wanted to win. Like you can see in their face. Then let's go. Like let's go to the win.
You know, the rain obviously caused Ben to have to leave the game early, but you mentioned the bullpen. 6 different guys come in, only 1 hit allowed, 1 run allowed in all that period. It's so big for this team to be able to rely on those guys.
Yeah, I mean, like, it means a lot, you know, like when with that delay, and I mean, like, within the staff, like when it was raining, tried to be like a team, have fun and all that, and that make us have fun and have confidence and just try to go get the win.
Yeah, you were a big help to Nick Pivetta, absolutely. So he appreciated that. Jorge, thanks for your time. Congratulations, guys. Back upstairs.
All right, Murph, thank you. We appreciate that. 5-3, the final score. The Phillies have defeated the Athletics. They've taken Game 2 of this 3-game series. We'll be back to South Philadelphia to wrap things up right after this.